Yes,
When we
ma'am.
do a countdown? Yeah.
Am I? Yes. Good morning, everyone. I am KP George, your Fort Bend County Judge. I'm here at the candidate forum. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for those who are particular event, giving a voter education about who they are voting from 2 weeks, actually next week, February 14th onwards. And so I just wanted to thank. And first of all, I would say last 4 years, it was an honor to serve the residents of Fort Bend County, starting with 72,000 people in the 1970 census, and today almost touching 900,000, and the most ethnically diverse county in the country. And it is an honor and privilege to be part of leading that effort, and especially last 3-4 years we had one of the biggest pandemic we are still dealing with last 2 years, and we had a snowstorm. We have so many other incidents I had to deal with, along with mobility and drainage and many community engagement and youth empowerment, you name it. All this stuff we were able to brought to the light and start moving Fort Bend forward. And that is why I'm standing, and I also mentioned that's why I'm running for my re-election, because we wanted to move Fort Bend forward. Is there any questions or?
Good morning, Mr. George.
Good morning.
My name is Denise Joshua Fleming. I am on the editorial board of the Fort Bend Election News, and welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews.
Thank you.
We're going to ask you a couple of questions. The first question, what are some of the biggest challenges facing Fort Bend County, and how would you address them?
The biggest challenges, of course, the biggest challenge last 2 years was COVID. And how did we address it? And we took science, data, and experts seriously. And I'm very proud to say that 2 weeks ago when I checked among large counties in state of Texas, we were number 2 per capita basis vaccine administration. And our counties continue to grow even in the middle of all this pandemic and things of that nature. And other challenges include mobility. The county continued to exponentially grow. And that exponential growth brings challenges like mobility. And we continue to build homes. And that means we are pouring more concrete onto the ground. That means our drainage, Fort Bend County is a flat terrain. And so that means we have flooding issues. And these all issues, how we are addressing it in 2019 and also 2017, we had mobility bonds. And when I came into the office, we had 1,962 miles of roads county owned and managed. Today it is 2,072 miles. That means we continue to build road, and we had a bond, $18 million bond we passed in 2020 for mobility. And in 2019 we passed a drainage bond with around 83 million, and which is actually a down payment for the actual need, with a financial impact of more than $300 million. And we are continue to work addressing our challenges because we are a growing county, and anytime there is exponential growth happen, that bring challenges, but we are addressing on a daily basis, making Fort Bend County better for us and our children, of course, the next generation.
Okay, great. Next question. Do you believe our current criminal justice system disproportionately impacts certain communities? And if so, how?
Where do I start? With absolutely, I believe. Absolutely, I believe. And I tell you one thing, and election matters. 2018, the people of Fort Bend County elected the first district attorney of African American descent. 2020, they elected the first sheriff of African American descent since Reconstruction. And also in 2020, they elected the county attorney, an African American woman. And these people are coming together to address this issue as much as we can. And we have today, District Attorney Brian Middleton led that effort. We have a jail diversion program in Fort Bend County. And 2 days ago, and I'm very proud to say that, we introduced a unified body cam policy and equipment to our law enforcement agents. And so answer your question, there is, of course, anytime these all issues, we all know that it disproportionately affects the people of color. And we wanted to address that. 71% of Fort Bend County is minorities. And so it is important we address it, and we are taking and addressing and running with it. And we wanted to continue to make Fort Bend County with a level playing field, and everybody feeling good about their county and everybody feeling proud of that county. That is our goal. That is my goal.
Thank you. You did talk about economic development. What specifically is your vision for future economic development and growth in Fort Bend County?
Okay. First of all, we need to level the playing field. And I tell you, I'm very proud to say that last June, Commissioners Court approved a disparity study. Try to find out who is getting the business from the county and who is not getting the business, understanding it, and also make no mistake about it, it was a 3-2. 2 Republicans did not vote for that effort. And today it is in full swing, and we are going to get a report maybe around 8 to 9 months, and we are going to study that. Based on that, anything future economic development, we are going to be, first of all, it is an economic development for everybody. And talking about economic development, it was first time also Fort Bend County never had a economic development department. It was, we always relied on some economic development councils or EDCs and Chamber of Commerce's, and first time from January we started Fort Bend County's very own economic development department. We are in a talent search to hire our director. And that means we are going to take economic development to our own hand. And meantime, there is a lot of new changes happening in Fort Bend County. Amazon, couple of locations, and Frito-Lay, and Dollar General's their largest distribution center in Rosenberg, and many more. And one of the advantage in Fort Bend County is the north side of Brazos River is where 2/3 of the population live. The south side is wide open places, and we will be continue to promote the economic development in Fort Bend County, so that more and more, we will be aggressively promoting more and more businesses coming to Fort Bend County, the factories and other organizations coming to Fort Bend County, so that not just this is a better place or wonderful place to live, and also you live here. That's our new motto. We live here and we work here and we play here and raise our family here, and we wanted to continue to do that. Continue to work towards achieving that goal.
Thank you, Kenneth. As the Fort Bend County becomes increasingly developed, how should the county think about growth?
Can you repeat that question?
As Fort Bend County becomes increasingly developed, how should the county think about growth?
Think about growth is honestly a level playing field for everybody. And like I said, we are doing a disparity study, and we are intentional about everybody getting an opportunity in Fort Bend County. My vision is a county everybody live in harmony and prosper. And according to Kinder Institute, we are the most ethnically diverse county in the country. And so we wanted to lead by example. We wanted to lead by example, and we will lead by example. So that's the reason why we did so many things I mentioned to you about creating the new economic development department, and doing the disparity study, and all this stuff is intended towards a level playing field where everybody can benefit from this growth, and everybody can make their life better, and their families, their communities' life better. That's my vision.
do you feel about the transportation option currently available in our county?
Transportation, Fort Bend County have a transit department, but I don't claim that's adequate, and that is we have a long way to go. And right now we have these facilities available. If a senior citizen or somebody don't have a mobility, they could reach out to a Fort Bend Transit website and book a ride. And if you wanted to go to medical center or doctor's office, and they will provide, but I'm always a better, I believe we could do a better job, and we will continue to work towards it.
What is your closing statement?
Closing statement, we started 2019 from ground zero. And today, Fort Bend County is a better place because we have an Office of Emergency Management, a vibrant Office of Emergency Management. We didn't even have a building. And I'm very proud to say that we are opening our new state-of-the-art Office of Emergency Management building in next month. Next month, maybe April, we are going to be opening it. And I said always, we started a lot of work in Fort Bend County. COVID management is one of our hallmark. We could talk about community engagement. We did numerous community engagement. We want our citizens to be engaged. And youth empowerment. Last summer, the first time, we started a paid internship program in Fort Bend County, and also continue to do leaderships and internship opportunities in Fort Bend County. And I would say, we did all the, and more importantly, if you are a Democrat, if you are listening to this, in this primary, when you go to vote, Fort Bend County first time redistrict to create 3 commissioners court seats for Democrats in the history maybe, and that all were accomplished under our watch. And I just wanted to say, we wanted to continue this effort. The opposition is doing everything possibly they can do to defeat me so that they could reverse or go back. And we are moving forward. Hashtag moving forward is our slogan. And reach out to www.kpgeorge.com. And I ask you to your vote and ask you to your support. February 14th, when you go, please vote for KP George for Fort Bend County Judge. And I look forward to continue to serve 4 more years in Fort Bend County and beyond. Thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate you all giving me this opportunity to talk to our voters. And my promise is, I was there, I am here, and I will be here to support and help our citizens. Thank you.
running for judge of District 328 courts. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jetty Abraham, and I am running to be Fort Bend County Judge of the 328 Judicial District Court. It is a family law court, practicing primarily, focusing fully on family law. And what I want to say to the Fort Bend County citizenry is this: humanity can change the world. Humanity can change the world. I remember when I was in private practice, and I will let y'all know I've been a lawyer for over 20 plus years. I was in private practice, then I went to Brian Middleton's office where I'm a prosecutor now, assistant district attorney for the Fort Bend County DA's office. I remember when I was in private practice where humanity could change the world. I had a client. The client is a baby. The baby is in Texas Children's Hospital, filled with trach tubes, feeding tubes. I would go see the child and advocate for him thereafter. That is what family law is about. I remember another client. I had a mother who Children's Protective Services took her children from her. Heart-wrenching situation. And she's in the hallways of the courthouse, running up and down, screaming, crying. Bailiffs are getting involved. We have to understand what is inside a family law courthouse. Good story in that is her rights were not terminated because she needed a passionate lawyer. She needed someone, because what she was feeling out in the hallways, to bring borders and go before the court and articulate the rule of law. So that is what I stand for, the rule of law, but with fairness, equity, and compassion. Without the other three, the rule of law standing by itself is never enough. That is why I believe, based on my 20 plus years of practicing law, that I am the right candidate for the 328 Judicial District Court. And just by way of background, I am an immigrant. I came from India with my family. As a young girl, I learned English in the state of Texas. This is where I learned English, but I did not know English initially. But here I am standing before you, humbly asking to be the next candidate for the 328 Judicial District Court, because I bring my family law practice plus my years now as a prosecutor in the Family Violence Division at Brian Middleton's office, Fort Bend County DA's office. Recently, I was selected as a fellow of the state of Texas Bar Foundation. Every year, the Bar Foundation allows qualified candidates to be part of the membership. I just got inducted into it. And just by way of facts, only 1/3 of 1% of the lawyers in the state of Texas get asked to be part of this esteemed organization every year. And I just got the induction. I have trial law experience, I have passion, I have knowledge based by, and you can see that based on the peers inducting me into the professional organizations that I'm in. But most importantly, I want everyone to understand that the rule of law is foundational, it is set, and I have the competency. I excel in the rule of law, but I bring something extra, which is the compassion, the fairness, the equity before you. And I humbly ask everyone to vote for me, Jetty Abraham, for the 328 Judicial District Court. And you can find more information about who I am at jettyabraham4judge.com. And the 4 is numerical, jettyabraham4judge.com. You can also find me on Facebook.
Okay, great. First question. What are some of the biggest challenges facing the 328 District Court as you see it?
Well, in Fort Bend County, right now, I know we talk about diversity a lot recently. In this day and age, we talk about diversity quite a bit. You really look at Fort Bend County, it truly is multi-dimensional, multinational. There's such diversity here. When you walk, I want the citizens to, when they walk into the 328 Judicial District Court, I want them to see an individual that they can relate to, an individual that's personable, an individual that is comfortable. That courtroom is foreign territory for most people. It's as if you're going to a foreign nation, but it's not. It's a people's court. And when you see whoever the judge is behind the bench, you should relate to them. Why? Because though I said the rule of law is paramount, fairness and equity and compassion comes from your experiences, your history, your heritage, and that which makes up Fort Bend County.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Daphne Jack, and I'm the founding CEO of Prevention Zone Inc., which is a nonprofit organization. And so my question to you is, how will you ensure that all victims of violence receive the protection and services they need, federal and state?
That is an excellent question. Thank you so much for asking that. I did mention that currently I'm actually a prosecutor in the Family Violence Division of Fort Bend County DA's office. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean we are going to put everyone in jail? From my perspective, no. My perspective is that there are times when a program is best for that individual, for the victim and the defendant. That's what justice requires. And I'm so glad you asked me this question, because that's what my life has been dedicated to, victims of family violence. Prior to coming to the DA's office, I was heavily involved in an organization called DAYA, D-A-Y-A. It's a South Asian domestic violence organization where people come in who may not have green cards or immigration status correct, but they're victims and they don't have a place to stay, they have no money, there's a huge amount of cultural issues. But one thing about violence, I will tell you, it's global and similar. Even though there are uniqueness in culture, it's about power and control, and that comes in every angle. So there are so many agencies. There's AVDA, Aid to Victims of Domestic Abuse. There's so many agencies that people don't know about that the DA's office has a lot of interaction with, and we deal with them all the time. I even remember right now when our victims come and speak to us, we are actually, especially when you speak to them in different languages that they're familiar with, when you're a victim, you're so scared, this is unknown territory already, the trauma of what they're going through. When they meet someone that can engage with them in the language that they're comfortable with, as we need in Fort Bend County, it helps them. And then we can refer them to the right resources. And in Fort Bend County, we've got those type of prosecutors. We've got Brian Middleton, who knows so much about every culture there is in Fort Bend County, such a great representative of that. And he brings people like that near him to help the citizenry. And I just happen to be lucky to be part of that. And so to answer your question directly, there's organizations in place right now that have a history of volunteering with domestic violence victims. And I reach them at a level, there's so many different, I speak English obviously, but I also speak another language called Malayalam. It's a South Asian language. I'm from India. So I connect with people in Fort Bend County pretty well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you support a path to citizenship for young immigrants brought to the United States as children? They frequently refer to them as dreamers. Why or why not?
Okay, so I have to follow, even when you're a candidate, there are some judicial canyons that we have to follow and rules. And since I'm all about the rule of law, we cannot, as judicial candidates, weigh in on political issues. If you're following the judicial canons correctly, you cannot do that. Rather, I would answer it this way. Since I cannot make an opinion statement on that, I would answer it this way. While the rule of law is very important, you have to think about the collateral impacts of that rule of law. And only through equality, equity, fairness, and exposure to one another, through tolerance and just engagement, because humanity, we can change the world, y'all. I really believe that. We can change, we don't have to be as divisive as what exists right now. One act of good, one act of compassion, one act of fairness, one act of kindness. That's how I learned this. That's how I learned English. I did not have ESL classes for the language that I speak when we came to this country. But one teacher who was kind changed it. And like that, that's what I would answer to your question. Since I follow the rule of law, I cannot, by judicial canyons, answer that.
Okay. So how do you think colleges and universities should handle sexual assault, and rape allegations, both federal, state, and local.
Yes, ma'am. That is, the Fort Bend County DA's office is so heavily invested in fighting human trafficking, helping victims in all levels. We have so many divisions to help. I would answer the college situations. I think educating everyone, again, and I'm trying to be careful on how I answer it because of the judicial canons, but again, back to understanding individuals and equality and fairness and the rule of law controls at that time, what you want to do is, in any victimhood, be it domestic violence or be it sexual assault victims, you take away shame. Set away shame from people, allow resources, easy access, hotline numbers, older, peers to talk to without the shame, peers who know the law and the resources available. That is how you help college victims and all victims. Let's set aside shame and blame and help victims of trauma. That's what all this is about, trauma. Power and control, I wanted to say.
Last question. If elected, what will be your top priorities?
Like I kind of alluded to, my top priorities will always be the rule of law. It will be respecting the rule of law and following the rule of law, but changing the world, changing the inside of a courtroom, changing humanity that way, which is opening the doors to allow people to come in so they are comfortable, so that we understand fairness and equality and compassion. Those are words we throw around all the time. But action needs to happen. You have to involve people. You have to develop relationships. You have to have an open door policy where you walk into the courtroom, children, others, and see someone that they can relate to, see someone that's going to apply the rule of law, but understanding the collateral impacts and the side issues that will happen if I rule a certain way. So the top priority, while it is rule of law, it's to spread this fairness, equality, and compassion.
Fair.
What would your closing statement be?
I would ask the Fort Bend County citizens to become a force, to not let divisions separate us. There's more in common than we have. I want people to know that we as a society here, we can be on the cutting edge of changing the world. That is by one person being kind, one person interacting with another, working hard like we do. Here in Fort Bend County, we work seriously hard. We all work hard, but do that with love and compassion, fairness. Let's befriend each other. Let's get to know each other. Get to know my background. Vote for me, Jetty Abraham, for the 328th Judicial District Court.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Keep it together when I was like, oh my God. Thank y'all so much.
Felt the passion.
Look at me. Hold on.
That's Brian always talks about, the passion. He knows.
That's it.
Yeah, he knows.
That trans
My opening statement.
First of all, thank you for having me. My name is Stephen Longoria. I'm running for the 458th District Court here in Fort Bend County. I want to run for judge because I feel like I'm a good candidate for a district court judge. I bring a unique blue-collar work ethic to this bench, as well as my professional experience. First, my blue-collar experiences. I was born and raised in Corpus Christi. My parents were high school graduates. They became successful politicians and members of the community. Public service has always been a key to their life, and it was passed on to my three brothers and myself. As I said earlier, my parents had a sheet metal shop. At the age of 13, 14, we did not have the opportunity, the chance to go work at a local Whataburger, a Sonic. We worked at our shop, and that was 10-hour days, opening the garage, closing the garage. I learned sheet metal work. I could make industrial hoods, I could weld, I could cut metal, I could break metal, I can weld, I could drive a dump truck. To me, that background made me want to get a better education. The conversation I had with my dad about going off to college was not much of a conversation. I remember vividly being on a roof on a muggy Saturday morning, and my dad said, you know, you can either stay here and work with me or you can go off to college. Was not much of a hard decision. I graduated from high school in 1984. I went to the University of Texas, graduated from there in 1988. Met my wife there. We've been married 32 years. I graduated from UT Austin, moved on to Texas Southern University's Thurgood Marshall School of Law, graduated from there in 1993. Back to my working experience. When I was at UT Austin, I worked at the Texas General Land Office to help pay for my education. When I went to Texas Southern's law school, I bussed tables to help my wife and I pay for my law degree. My wife was working at downtown Foley's, and I just felt like I needed to help in whatever way I could. So at the age of 25, I was bussing tables at a restaurant. To me, that's a work ethic. That's wanting to work. I've always been involved in community activities. When I became an attorney, I started working here in Fort Bend County. I started with the Exchange Club, and we have different services, opportunities there. We work on Americanism, underprivileged children. We try to prevent the abuse of children. So I've always been involved in the community. I've been a coach, Pee-wee soccer coach, Pee-wee lacrosse coach. I've helped out in Boy Scouts. My legal profession. I started off with the DA's office in Fort Bend County some 30 years ago. I became an attorney. I was hired on by the Fort Bend County DA's office, and I was an assistant DA in the juvenile division. Eventually, I went off on my own. I've been a practicing attorney for 28 years. Why does that make me qualified to be a judge? I have 28 years of mostly criminal experience. I've practiced in Fort Bend's criminal courts, family courts, and juvenile courts. Now, I understand the district court does not handle juvenile cases or family law cases. It's a dual jurisdiction of criminal and civil. I tell you my background because that's dealing with people. I believe that's what sets me apart in this race, is for more than 28 years I have dealt with people of all races, income levels, mental levels, and everything that comes with those types of cases, the aggravation. I've dealt with people with high income, low income, no income. I've dealt with mental immaturity, as I say. I've dealt with people with mental inabilities. And so I think that's what sets me apart as a candidate, is dealing with this struggle for more than 28 years. These district courts are dealing with people.
Don't ever let a judge tell you, oh, I'm just calling balls and strikes. You're sitting there dealing with people. You are judging people. And you need to have that experience when you're dealing with people and their cases that are before you. When you're dealing with bonds, when you're dealing with punishments, when you're dealing with people that reoffend and are coming back in front of you, do they need to have a second chance? Do they need a third chance? Or is it time to decide, no, they need to move on somewhere else so that the community stays safe?
That brings me to my first question. Do you believe that our current criminal justice system disproportionately impacts certain communities? And if so, what remedies would you put in place to make the criminal justice system more just?
Yes, I believe unfortunately the criminal justice system, we see way too many minorities in our courts. All you have to do is look at the percentages or go into any courtroom, and you will quickly see the difference between any criminal docket and a civil court docket. As far as putting remedies in place, I think you have to start with the arresting agencies to try to figure out exactly why these arrests are happening. Is it because we're patrolling the minority neighborhoods? Are we arresting the minorities? I know there's a big case going on now as far as an agency arresting predominantly Hispanic drivers. And so the best thing you can do is to try to figure out exactly why those arrests are happening and why to only a certain portion of our community.
Good morning. My name
Yes.
is Daphne Jack. I'm
I think to ensure that victims are protected, you, as a judge, when you make your rulings, you have to make sure that, first of all, it's fair. But as far as the victims are concerned, you have to make sure that you put focus on their needs for the future. Their current needs, their future needs. So you just need to make sure that there are organizations in place, that there are funds in place, and direct them. As a judge, you would have to have a program in place that victims are able to go to find these resources.
Thank you.
Final question. If a
Unfortunately, with we've had horrible weather the last several years. Unfortunately, we've had a pandemic. While crime rates may have slowed down during those times, there are still backlogs of cases. And again, I like to think my blue collar work ethic, you have to come in and you have to start moving cases, whether that's in person or whether that's Zoom, but you have to hold attorneys responsible for coming in and helping to move cases. You have to be fair to people's rights, but at the same time, you have to go through the cases. Justice denied is no justice. And so you have to come in, roll up the sleeves, you have to figure out, courthouses have to be opened. Courtroom doors have to be opened. And it's just a shame sometimes you go in and doors are closed. I'm a 7:30 to 5 kind of worker. If it needs to be longer, then it needs to be longer, but you have to get your work done. That would be my priority as far as that's concerned.
What would be your closing statement today?
My closing statement is I believe I'm a good candidate for 458th District Court Judge. I have a vast blue-collar work ethic. I have the professional experience of 28 years to continue to work for this county. So I hope you vote for me, support me. My name is Stephen Longoria, and it's been a pleasure being here.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua, and I am on the electoral board of the Fort Bend Election News. Welcome. We're here with Albert Tibbs. Mr. Tibbs, could you tell us why you're running for office?
I'm Albert Tibbs, candidate for Fort Bend County Treasurer. The Arch of Life bends for justice, and I believe justice is simply that which is fair, that which is equal, that which is reasonable. And I'm running on that platform to raise the quality of life for all the people in Fort Bend County. I think that economics is justice, and there is no justice without economics. And for that reason, I'm running to raise the standard of living of all people in Fort Bend County, to be fair, reasonable, and equal in all of those decisions. I am a resident of Fort Bend County for 24 years, married for 38, 5 children, and I'm committed by the simple principle that above the arch of life rests equality for all people. I believe what Dr. Martin Luther King says is that the equality and value of all people is worthy of dignity of all people, and that we must protect that and service that at all times. I am experienced. I am prepared as a city administrator, as a city activist, community activist rather, and I've served in capacities as a pastor and evangelist internationally for over 43 years. I own my own businesses in corporate real estate, residential, as well as corporate investment real estate. I am trained and experienced in the affairs of commercial and municipal investments, bonds and municipals. I am trained in the areas of adjudicating and managing businesses in all affairs of government. I'm a published author, as well as I serve as a volunteer voter registrar of the Fort Bend County District. Not only that, but I am involved in the chairmanship and boardships of large nonprofits and educational institutions across the country. I am learned, experienced, and trained to lead in these capacities. A treasurer has to have the ability to manage and to administer the liabilities and assets of accounting. Let me share with you what that means. What that means is that as far as the management, must be able to direct the investments of the county, must be able to address the bonds and the sureties of the county, but administrating is beyond just depositing money, beyond just keeping a register, but it also relates to raising the quality of living for all the people in Fort Bend County. I have a vision for Fort Bend County, and the vision addresses the 3 major issues that affect our county. This vision can be composited in 2 areas. One is a balanced budget that is a reflective budget. Fort Bend County has over 800,000 people in its registry. And in those people, there's only one senior center that provides for senior citizens in Fort Bend and in Houston. My vision of a reflective budget, a balanced budget, would allow for an annual 20% in the budget. This will allow for there to be at least 2 senior centers in every precinct of Fort Bend County. I believe that's fair. I believe that's equal. I believe that's reasonable. This balanced budget would allow for one of the areas that's critical in our county. We're hurting because we have no central business district, no place for the unemployed to come and be driven toward the industry of income. That's called an employment node. Our employment node is driven by a central business district. My balanced budget of the surplus of 20% would allow for the development of an entrepreneur incubator accelerator program in our county, because the great minds of Fort Bend County needs to be invested in. It would provide business training, banking management training, investment in the business, venture capital investments, as well as allowing citizens to invest in the county. For instance, our county is 39% residential developed, but 61% is rural land-based. This is an opportunity for investment. Our citizens should be able to invest in its county beyond paying taxes. This 61% of land has value in what is called ag investment, a $3 trillion industry. that the average citizen should be able to invest in? Well, the treasurer is responsible for making these wealth access to its people. Not only that, but farm gate. That means bringing farm products directly from the farmer to the people, bypassing the market, providing it provisionally. I want to be your Fort Bend County treasurer. I want to be your treasurer, your choice. And I want you to vote number 2 on the ballot. Number Tibbs, Fort Bend County treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbs.
And economic development and growth for Fort Bend County. What would you think would be the best way to get there, more specific?
Well, specifically is balancing economic growth with lowering of taxes. My budget of 20% allows that. It allows for investing in businesses, new startups, which is important. I believe the wealth of the county are its people. And investing in the people, you invest in the county. So therefore, increasing jobs, more businesses, more jobs. It keeps the revenue up, taxes down. The other part is providing for an audit. If you cannot the roads are going, for instance, there's only one ingress and egress in the county. That's the toll. You must pay. I think that's taxation without representation. And the audit would allow dollars to be directed to a feeder road to give people options.
The only area in the whole metro that you must pay. This inter-transit process,
infrastructure must be developed by budgeting. The other answer to that is that it allows money for auditing of our storm and drainage system. We know the times are changing, and the issues of water in all of Metro Houston is a danger to all of us. Well, the treasurer can direct budgeting to help handle those issues.
Thank you. All right.
Can you pause 1 second?
Great job.
Very good.
Thank you.
Too bad I can't vote in Fort Bend.
Might be too many people on their network.
Can you see yourself?
It's better now. I was leaning before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what I got a chance. Go ahead and give me a look right here.
Thank
Let's see what you look like.
you. You ladies.
Do you have signs in here?
No, my signs are coming in supposedly tomorrow. But I have them out in the city.
Rosenberg?
Rosenberg is due this week. Yeah, we'll be out in Rosenberg, Richmond, and Fulshire this week.
We'll give you a cheerleader out there.
Oh.
We're back live, guys, I'm sorry. You wanna, ask him that question again? We went dead for a moment, so she's gonna re-ask this last question. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tibbs, you outlined your vision for economic development.
And growth in Fort Bend County. What specifically does that growth in development entail?
Well, it's 3 areas. The 20% surplus allows for increase toward our entrepreneur incubator program. This program provides for specifically providing money for investing, for grants, and also for venture capitalists to get involved in new businesses in our county. It allows the new minds of businesses to develop itself through management training and banking management. This helps the growth of our economy by jobs, keeping taxes from businesses here, as well as allowing individuals to start new jobs and employment. It focuses also on what I call a central business district. We are diverse in our county. We have no central business district where employment and business ideas come together. The corridor of 59, the railway along 59 provides for the efficiency of what I call a central business district. And then lastly, it allows for the infrastructure of roads and highways to provide for what's necessary. The auditing program strictly says that if there is no measurement, you cannot manage it. And so I believe that auditing the road systems and the water systems allows for us to direct funds where they need to go.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Daphne
Jack,
Jack.
I'm the founding CEO of Prevention Zone, Inc. So I have an economic justice question for you. It's in 3 parts. Do you think that minimum wage should be increased? What about the tip minimum wage? If yes, to what rate, federal and state?
I think the $15 rate is a good starting place. I think that everyone should have a right to equal income. I don't think it threatens the owners of the business. I don't think it threatens the economy. I think it promotes the economy. Economic justice is just that. It is raising the quality of life for everyone, the treasurer responsible for the material prosperity of the county. You cannot do that without raising the quality of life for everyone. Well, how do you do that? In the budget mandate of 20%, in an 800,000+ residency, one of the wealthiest counties in the country, come on. It's simple math. Economic justice and economic growth is investing in people. And I want to say this. Some people in our community are threatened by the word of economic justice. Let's be fair. Economics and justice is not black nor white. It's fair. It's equal. It's justice to everyone in the county. That's reasonable. Who has a problem with reasonability? Even a child can discern that.
Thank you. How do
I propose an auditing of our transportation infrastructure because of the growth factor. We have not kept up with that. Times are changing. We must advocate through our budgeting a new transit process, beginning number one, to making sure everyone in the county has equal pay and free access along our feeder and toll roads. We must consider expansion of our roads based upon our needed development. For instance, 61% of our county is rural. Why are we allotting just to bring about an efficiency of ingress and egress to our county? Because that stifles our growth. And if you cannot measure, you cannot management. So we're trying to go forward, but we've done no measurement. What are we doing?
Mr. Tibbs, what would be your closing statement today?
My closing statement is this, is that the office of treasurer is a calling. This is a sacred thing. I believe the arch of life bends for justice. And above the arch of life, I believe rests the sacredness of God and his word, which is of the people, for the people, by the people. I believe that above this arch rests the Constitution that established for the equality of all persons. And I believe that I'm the one to elect to lead this county to the next level. Why? Because I come with a vision. I'm captured by the cause, and I'm passionate toward the people. Vote Albert Tibbs, Fort Bend County Treasurer, position 2 on all the ballots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua, and I'm on the editorial board of the Fort Bend Election News. Here today, we have a new candidate. Can you please tell us why you're running?
Well, it's very simple why I'm running. Someone needs I am running for Texas House of Representative, District 85, which encompasses.
Wonderful. Here's your first question. What is your position on enacting work requirements for human needs or federal assistance programs such as Medicaid, supplemental nutrition programs, which is SNAP, or TANF for assistance for needy families? TANF, SNAP.
I think every program you have to have some.
What are some of the biggest challenges facing your district? Includes multi-county.
Yes.
But the specific question is facing Fort Bend County and how you would address them. But your district as well, what do you think are the biggest challenges facing the district?
I think as a district, whether
them, they're here to serve the people of all these counties, not just themselves. So, and I know there's some underlying areas, but the biggest thing is we have to put these elected officials in check, remind them why they were elected to office, and as each issue comes to us, I've got background in investigation and law enforcement. So I would take each situation and get the most details I can before how I would cast my vote. But I understand there's a lot of underlying issues that I am not currently aware of. But the biggest thing is to having representatives that understand we're there to serve the people of the great state of Texas, period.
Wonderful. What do you believe are reasonable remedies to address the rising hate crimes and incidents in the U.S.?
Well, I tell you, I just recently got told about a story from law enforcement standpoint. I've got a background in military and civilian law enforcement. This happened in Minneapolis. I don't know all the details, but apparently an officer went into a home up there here in the last couple of days and shot and killed the homeowner because they were the wrong resident and he was sleeping on his couch. I think, one, we've got to get our officers more aware of, instead of it's not us against them. And we got to stop pandering to hate. We need to, here in Texas, I feel the Democratic Party can be a party of unification. And when people stand in our party and bring their virus in and want to push the hate, you know, we can't allow that. We got to be cognizant, we got to be aware of that issue. And I think from a law enforcement to a public servants to be more empathetic to the people. Listen to them, don't just hear them. It's like patronizing you've talked to people before, you know they're not listening. They're just patronizing you. Just go sit over there, little Johnny. You'll be okay. We'll tell you what you need to know. So I think getting our law enforcement more training on dealing with situations in that what I spoke of. I think those are really important issues because they're not engaged enough. I got a bad
Texas has done. Forget California.
Larry, if you're elected, in closing, if elected, what will be your top priorities?
My top priorities.
Thank you so much for your time today, Larry. Do you have any other questions, Bert?
Well, I'm Bert Levant, and I've been here this year 30 years covering campaigns. Came here for the AP in 1992. I've had the privilege of writing for many fine publications, including Houston News Pages and others throughout this region. And we're grateful that you are here this afternoon, and we're thankful that you're wanting to put yourself up to serve the community. You mentioned law enforcement. You mentioned your military service and law enforcement. Those are concerns now about police in the community, community policing, and how some police have overstepped their bounds, and some people are then afraid of police, and some police are afraid of the community. How are you going to bring those groups together?
Appreciate your time today. The Fort Bend Election News also appreciates your time.
It was my pleasure, and I hope I'm giving the honor to
welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua, and I'm on the editorial board of the Fort Bend Election News. We have with us candidate Lee Merritt. Lee, my first question to you is going to be, why are you running for
Give him the
office?
outline of
Texas Attorney General.
I heard someone come in and, as you were asking that question. I want to make sure that wasn't also a part of the question, but why am I running? I'm running for the position of Texas Attorney General because I believe that the Democratic Party needs a candidate that has the experience, that has the relationships, and most importantly, has the tenacity to not only win at this office, but to use it to serve the people of Texas, to serve them in the historic fight for voting rights protections, to serve them in protecting our schools from both the CRT myths and this politicized control over mass, to protect Texans at every aspect of Texas life. That Texas AG's office virtually impacts every aspect of Texas life, and we should have somebody with the credentials and with the background to actually get the job done.
Texas Attorney General, the top law enforcement officer for the entire state of Texas. What are your concerns for the regarding the current state of the Attorney General's office, and how are you going to be a contrast to that?
Well, speaking first about the law enforcement community, as the top law enforcement officer for the Texas Attorney General's, through the Texas Attorney General's office, we have a responsibility to ensure the troops are taken care of. And retention rates are high. Suicide rates are among the highest rates among law enforcement officers than we've seen in decades. Morale is low because we have tasked our law enforcement community with taking on a mental health crisis that Governor Greg Abbott has acknowledged, that we've acknowledged across the country, partly in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. But that mental health crisis is having a toll. And there have been no mental health resources afforded to our law enforcement officers or to our communities. There's not a single mental health department in the state of Texas. And we've seen a spike in instances of mental health crisis. We know that people who are in mental health crisis, like our veterans, are more likely to have violent police encounters. And that law enforcement just lack the training and the resources to deal with these communities on their own. We need a specific push out of the Attorney General's office to address this crisis using strategies that have known to work. This is the kind of work that I've been doing throughout my career, and I plan to bring that experience and those strategies into the AG's office.
Ms. Daphne Jack. And the question I have for you, do you support reauthorizing the Violence Against Women's Act with the expanded protection?
I would be in support of reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act with expanded protections. Unfortunately, because of some of the decisions being made out of Austin, women are in more danger. There are three ways that I can think that our government in Austin has currently amplified the war against women in a way that creates more danger for us all. The first is when law enforcement community told them, please do not allow constitutional carry. We should have at least a minimal threshold before people can get weapons, because we know those weapons that are supposed to be for private personal protection are more often than not used against a victim within the home itself. And if we're going to care for women, then we need to care for women's total health. And we need to be pushing to ensure that Texas women, who are some of the most uninsured in the country, have insurance coverage. And we certainly should not be allowing bounty hunts, both unconstitutional and just absurd in their standing through SB 8, bounty hunts on women who are making difficult reproductive decisions. So I would support the law, and I would also push for greater protection of women in Texas generally.
Lee, final question. What steps do you think we should take to address police brutality in communities of color and marginalized communities?
I've always said we have to change. Okay, looks like I left the show and came back. I've always said that we have to change the mission when it comes to our law enforcement communities. We reduce police violence when we end the so-called war on drugs, and instead we make it a priority to provide opportunities through our law enforcement communities. I helped start a school of law and social justice for high school students that would help produce our future lawyers and policymakers, but also our future law enforcement community. The Texas Attorney General's office needs to reinvest in recruiting law enforcement, helping counties to recruit law enforcement who is local. And we also need to change the mission. We need to end the bloody war on drugs as we move into the cannabis, the legalization of cannabis, which is gaining bipartisan support. We need to be sure that the economic benefits gained from the exchange, from the sale of cannabis is poured back into the communities most impacted by the last 50 years of violent policies.
In closing, if elected, what will be your top priorities?
We have to secure the right to vote. As the Texas Attorney General's office, you're supposed to be the people's lawyer, and the people should have a say at every level of politics, from our school board to our city councils, to the governorship. And as long as the Republican Party is working using the instruments of government to suppress the vote, then we as a people, as citizens in Texas, are handicapped. We need to go further to ensure that reasonable accommodations made during the pandemic, like 24-hour voting, mail-in, greater access to mail-in voting, drive-through voting, and all those reasonable accommodations that result in the historic turnout is still available to Texans. We want Texas to be a safer place to vote, a more inclusive place to vote, and the AG's office should be helping to facilitate that instead of course, doing what it's doing now, which is just the opposite.
For your time today, do you have any other questions?
No other questions.
Closing remarks.
You have your closing remarks?
Sure thing. I came to Texas I'm a part of the 4 million Texans who arrived here in the last 10 years. I brought my office specifically here to Texas to address a crisis as I saw it in governmental overreach and an attack of individual rights. We've seen that populate itself all over the state of Texas, where local control over our school boards, over our decisions concerning the pandemic are under attack. Individual rights for women, for members of the LGBTQAI community are under attack. And we need a constitutional fighter in that office to push back against right-wing extremism. I have proven myself to be that fighter in practice. I want to do it officially for you all on behalf of the people of Texas. We're asking you to come out on February 14th. That's just 7 days away, the start of early voting, to support our campaign.
Lee, thank you so much for your time today.
We look forward to seeing you back here in this region, and look forward to working with you.
And
thank you
good
so
luck
much
on the campaign.
Thank you. Blessings, guys. Enjoy your Monday.
Welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua, and I'm on the Fort Bend Election News editorial board. Welcome, Ms. Kim.
Thank you.
First question I want to ask you is, why are you running for office?
Well, if I can.
Your position is going to do with basically the rule of law. So, if elected, what will your top priorities be?
Well, in each
Currently in Texas, we elect our judges through a very rigidly, some would say, segregated partisan process. Do you recommend that that be the way we continue choosing judges, or would you think that we should look at other options in Texas?
I think
Okay, hi, my name is Daphne Jack, and my question for you is, how will you ensure that all victims of violence receive the protection and services they need, federal and state?
In your closing statement, what would you like the voters to know?
I would like them to know that there
Today.
Thank you.
Do you all have any other questions?
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua, and I'm on the Fort Bend Election News editorial board. We want to welcome you today. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell us why you're running for office?
Sure, thank you. My name is Monica Rawlins. I'm running for the 328 District Court, and that is a family court, a court of general jurisdiction just for family cases. And I've been a practitioner in family law for 20 years, a little bit over 20 years. And so it is now my desire to move forward. I believe that this court, who currently has a Republican incumbent, will eventually be unseated by a Democrat, and I'd like that Democrat to be me, if at all possible. I believe I'm qualified. I believe I have the compassion and the desire to be in that seat, and I love to be in that seat to serve the people of Fort Bend.
Wonderful. So if elected, what will be your top priorities in office?
My top priorities in serving the people of Fort Bend would be to get the docket moving, and what I mean by that is we currently have cases in Fort Bend that have been sitting on the docket 3-4 years with no conclusion. So number one, I'd like to see if we can get some of these divorces, modifications, whatever case it may be, set to the side and set for trial. And if we need to issue scheduling orders so that we can get that done, then that's what we'll do. Give the people a resolution to the dispute that they've brought to the court, as opposed to having it sit there and fester for 3 and 4 years. And in the manner in which I intend to do that would be to implement a night court. I'm willing to go to night court and get rid of those uncontested cases and cases that may take 5 or 10 minutes to dispose of, and that way it'll clear up the docket during the day. And hopefully we can issue a scheduling order, set a trial, and we can get the docket moving accordingly.
Wonderful.
So currently in Texas, we elect our judges through a very strict partisan system. Do you think that's a good way to go forward, or would you explore other options?
I believe that somewhat is partisan somewhat anyway, because the value system is what sets us apart. The Democratic value is quite different than the Republican value system in terms of what our beliefs are. So having said that, I don't necessarily care so much for partisan and pull out the guns, shoot, fight like it may be for some other offices that are held by elected officials. But I do believe that there is a fundamental difference between a Republican's idea and a Democrat's idea of how to handle a family case. And that would be for a CPS case or a regular custody case, a divorce action. Your personal value system is going to come into play. And as a family law judge, I would have a wide range of discretion when it comes to ruling on cases, and which means my personal views will come into play.
Have your personal life experiences prepared you for that wide discretionary options that you'll have?
Absolutely, yes, sir, it has. In addition to practicing 20 years, I'm a divorced single mother. So there will be some empathy there for those who are out there, male or female, pretty much trying to make it on your own with your child. Prior to going to law school, I actually was a CPS caseworker for about 1.5 years. So there are some life experiences there in terms of work. My life experiences also include those who I have attended school with, and I didn't come from, necessarily, I came from humble beginnings. And so people have a lot of issues in terms of daycare, needing some help with even just basic parenting, things that people ordinarily take for granted. And so those life experiences, I intend to take with me onto the bench.
Hi, my name is Daphne Jack, and so I'm kind of shift a little bit with this question. What are the biggest changes that you think we need for our justice system?
In terms of justice, I think that one of the biggest things needed, and I don't practice criminal, but I believe that bond reform is something that needs to be addressed. Criminal justice reform, I think they're working on it, and it's a work in progress, but I think we need to hit a little bit harder. We have people out on the streets that shouldn't be on the streets. We have people locked up that shouldn't be locked up. So there is definitely some comprehensive bond reform that needs to be addressed, and I think that's a pressing issue that needs to be addressed immediately. Thank you.
One last question. How will you work to ensure equality for all people or people of all backgrounds in your court?
Yes, ma'am. One thing I've done, even prior to becoming an attorney, I've been in community service. Everything from food banks to homeless shelters to battered women's shelters. I volunteer my time countlessly to these worthy causes. And so one thing I'd like to do is continue some type of a diversity training. Sometimes you can't relate to people because you just don't know where they're coming from. And we need to meet the people where they are. And so if somebody is homeless and they're able to go to a homeless shelter that houses their children, we shouldn't be penalizing him for being homeless. And so having said that, I think diversity training and will take care of some of the issues that we're facing. Now, when it comes to cultural issues, I think that also would play a hand in diversity training. Often there are cultural differences, and those prejudices are the bias that people have instilled in them. Not that they're bad people, we all have some form of bias. But I think that it would open us up if we do diversity training or cultural training and let us see, okay, this is why they're doing this, and I can understand where we're coming from. You know, I think learning about different cultures and people with different backgrounds will enable us to see where people are coming from and meet those needs.
Thank you. Okay, in closing, if elected, what will be your top priorities?
In addition to clearing up the docket, I would like to implement a community-based program. I know some of the courts have already kind of hit the ground running. They have some good things going on. In the family court in particular, I have watched in Harris County the trauma court take off. They have a girls court, they have a drug court. I like to mimic one of those courts. I hear about a veterans court. I just think the needs of the people really, really need to be met. So one thing I'd like to do in addition to clearing up that docket is going to be to implement some form of a community-based program so we can better serve the community.
Wonderful. Your closing statement.
My closing statement would be, keep me in mind, I'm Monica Rawlins, 20 years of experience. 25 years plus years of community service. I have compassion. I care about the people. This is something I really would like to do. I'm focused on family law. I practice all aspects of family law, just about everything from adoption, state and state proceedings, custody, you name it, I probably have done it, including appeals, a jury trial, bench trial. So having said that, I like to have the people keep me in mind. I'm not only qualified, last statement, I'm not only qualified because of my 20 years of experience and my extensive experience in the court. What makes me fit for this bench is my compassion and my effort and my desire to serve the community. That's what makes me the most fit for this bench.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
No, that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Good luck to you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua Fleming, and I'm on the editorial board of the Fort Bend Election News. Today, we have a new candidate with us. Would you please introduce yourself and tell us what office you're running for and why you're running for office?
Hi, my name is Attorney Tony Wadwan, and I'm running for Judge of County Court at Law Number 2 here in Fort Bend County. And I'm here asking for your support. I have the opportunity of being the first Asian male elected to a judicial bench in Fort Bend County, but I cannot do it without my community. That's why I'm here asking for your support. Let's make history together. I'm a Fort Bend brat. I've been here my whole life, first grade through 12th. I was the first class to graduate from Walker Station Elementary, first class to graduate from Garcia Middle School, and second class to do all 4 years at Stephen F. Austin High School. I am Fort Bend. Help me bring true diversity to the bench. As a criminal defense attorney, I've gotten to spend a lot of time in our county courts, and it's because our county courts are so heavily weighted in criminal law. As someone whose firm has been set up like our county courts, I've gotten to see how our county courts work, and unfortunately, I haven't always liked what I've seen. But that's what we need. We need somebody on the bench that can review these cases on a case-by-case basis and apply discretion, balance, and fairness where it's appropriate. We do not need a judge prosecuting from the bench, and that's the quality I hope to bring to our bench. I'm Tony Wadwan, and I'm asking for your help. I'm asking for your support to help me get to the bench in County Court at Law Number 2 in Fort Bend County. Thank you very much.
Tony, we appreciate you being here. Running for judge is a critical position that most people don't understand. We say we want an objective, impartial court, but yet we select our judges through a very rigid, segregated primary process. Do you have any recommendations of how you would reform that process, or what are your views on how we do select through that process?
You mean our election process?
Yes.
I believe our election process is done properly. We have an election process where our society, our citizens, get to make the decision of who they want to see on the bench. I understand why associate positions may be appointed by the judges for those courts. However, I appreciate the fact that our judges on the benches have all been elected by the citizens, our voters, those who matter, those whose voices need to be heard.
Hi, good morning. My name is Daphne Jack, and I have a question for you referring to the justice system. What are the biggest changes that you think we need for our justice system?
Well, as a criminal defense attorney and now a judicial candidate, one of the biggest changes and challenges that I see in our court systems is the lack of equity. We have an imbalance when it comes to the way our laws are applied to similar cases but different defendants. This is why I say it's very important that we have someone on the bench that can review these cases on a case-by-case basis and apply discretion, balance, and fairness to achieve equity.
Thank you.
So you just mentioned reviewing cases on a case-by-case basis. Considering the backlog of cases due to COVID, how would you meet that challenge?
Well, I believe our court systems are actually doing a good job of it. When cases are getting to a certain point, whether they're 6 months old, 200 days old, et cetera, judges are making these cases either plea or they're setting them on the trial docket. And that's what's got to happen. We've got to move these cases forward, and we've got to get them to trial, or they have to be settled. If there are pieces of evidence that are missing, either the prosecution has to move forward without it, or they have to get it as quickly as possible and get it to our defense. Defense needs to be prepared. I understand that COVID has caused a backlog, and some people haven't been able to get to their offices to work on things properly, but at the end of the day, we have had the opportunity now, as a criminal defense attorney who has several cases in our county courts. I've always ensured that, I'm up to date on my cases, I'm ready to move forward, and I leave it up to the court to tell me what they're ready for me to do, whether that be a reset and I got a little more time, or it's time to suit up and get into trial.
Okay. Last question. If you're elected, what will be your top priorities?
My top priorities for this court are the juvenile system and the veterans court. Okay, right now we see, I have spent my career fighting against the overzealous assistant district attorneys that like to do nothing more than put our young juveniles of minority status in jail and throw away the key. That is what I've spent my career doing, and that is the understanding that I want to bring to the bench. Okay, at the end of the day, a criminal defense attorney's job is not to relieve those of their responsibility when they are guilty of a crime. It is our job to ensure that the evidence is there, elements are met, and when those things do happen, we have to ensure that the punishment is just. That's what a judge is supposed to do. Ensure that the evidence is there in a case, make sure the elements of the crime are met, and ensure a just and fair punishment. And that's a quality I'm going to bring to the bench. In addition, this is the Veterans Court. A lot of people don't talk about that. County Court at Law Number 2 is the Veterans Court in Fort Bend. The reason why a lot of people don't talk about that is because we have such stringent requirements to get our veterans into these programs that defense attorneys have stopped using it. And now we have a rush of amazing young defense attorneys coming in that aren't even learning about this program. Now, luckily we have seen a little bit of this stringency release, but when I get on the bench, I'm very fortunate. I have great relationships with those who are in power over these programs. I plan on speaking to them about releasing some of these stringent requirements. And the reason why I say this is these programs that we have for our veterans and the treatments that they receive, the drug and alcohol treatment is not regular drug and alcohol treatment that we see in our regular probations. These are geared towards our veterans with PTSD and other disability and addiction problems. So that's why I'm running for County Court of Law Number 2.
Okay, and in closing, what would you like your closing statement to be?
My closing statement to my supporters would be, please, I implore you to look at my experience. I've spent my career in these county courts. I'm very passionate about what County Court at Law Number 2 has to offer. One, our juvenile justice system. We've seen a horrible pipeline right now from our school system to the judicial system. That needs to stop. And that's only going to stop when we educate our youth over incarcerating our youth. And that's something I want to bring to the bench. In addition, this court, like I said, is the Veterans Court. That's important. And when I get to the bench, it's going to stay the Veterans Court. I ask for your support, and I ask you to help me make history. I have the opportunity of being the first Asian male elected to the judicial bench. I promise I will not let you down, and I understand that when I do get on the bench, the huge weight I have on my shoulders to carry with me. I ask for your support. Early voting is February 14th through the 25th, and our primaries are March 1st. Get out there early. No one wants to wait in those lines on March 1st. February 14th through the 25th. Get up, get out, and vote. And when you do vote, vote for me, Tony Waterwan, for Judge of County Court at Law Number 2 in Fort Bend County.
Thank you, Tony. We appreciate your time.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys having me.
Okay, I can see it. I can see myself.
Welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua Fleming, and I'm on the editorial board. We want to welcome you today. We're going to start off by asking you the first questions. I want you to introduce yourself and then tell us why you're running.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Steve Okoraha, Attorney Steve Okoraha, and I'm running for Fort Bend County Clerk. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Bend, graduated from Dulles High School, got my undergrad degree at Georgetown University. Then I came back down to Texas as fast as I could because it was so cold. And I graduated from law school at South Texas College of Law, and I've been practicing. This month makes 10 years I've been a practicing attorney. I'm a husband. I have two young, beautiful girls, 4 and 3. They are my world. They're my everything. And why I'm running is frankly because people's vote are under attack, and I think that we need to really restore voter integrity here in Fort Bend County and make sure that everybody's voice is heard. And I have just the tools and experience to make that happen.
Wonderful. So if elected, what would be your top priorities?
My top priority is making sure that we are giving people access to vote and not restricting access. The SB 1 in Austin has really made it hard for people to vote, and it's really made it very stringent. Fort Bend has the highest percentage of rejection rates for mail-in absentee ballots, so that's one thing I want to change. I used to serve on the Fort Bend ballot board as a judge for the Democratic Party, and I got to see firsthand these rejections and why they were being rejected. And I got to implement strategies for making sure that we're counting more ballots and not disqualifying them. So that's really my top priority once I get into office.
So as a follow-up question, what would you do to ensure the transparency of that voter process?
Well, I think we need to inform people, and people aren't as informed as we think they are. We need to push information about the office, as well as how to vote, best practices for voting, and also best practices for requesting your ballots when it comes time to voting. And I think in knowledge is power, and that's what I believe, and I think we need to do more of that because currently it's not being done, and we can definitely change that.
Wonderful. Daphne?
All right. Hi, my name is Daphne Jack, and one of the questions I want to ask, how would you organize your workload?
I will organize my workload by trying to figure out exactly what are the most pressing issues in the county, the ones that are our biggest pain points, start with those, and then work along down the line. Now, we can also do things in a systematic way where we're addressing things little by little. We don't want to just focus on the most important things because we'll be marginalized. So I think that it's important that we attack the things that are most pressing first, and then also prioritize everything else, to make sure that everyone's needs are addressed sufficiently.
Wonderful. What would your definition of good service be?
Good service to me, I'm a student of servant leadership, and I think that's just really what it is service. Being able to serve the people and be there. And I plan on being the most visible county clerk that anyone has ever seen because a lot of people don't know what the county clerk does, and the county clerk is vital. There's a lot of things and a lot of importance that the county clerk has, and people just don't know about them. So I want to be more visible. I want to be out there. I want to be in the public, with the people. That's where I do best, and I think that's really the big thing about the position, that I think I can serve people.
Fair to what you just said. Tell us, what does a county clerk do?
Absolutely. If I had a nickel for every time I got to ask this question, but it's an important position. The county clerk is the custodian of records for all of your important documents, your DBAs, which for those that don't know, and for you to be able to start a business, maybe get a bank account, you're going to need a DBA. You can also register with the state of Texas. It's also called an assumed name. Either one of those allows you to practice under a trade name so that you can do business here in the county and across the state of Texas. The county clerk's office also handles your marriage license, your birth certificates, your death certificates, a lot of important documents that you need. Additionally, the county clerk is involved with the Elections Commission, and that's where I really want to make a big impact here in Fort Bend. And change a lot of those stringent practices that keep out people from voting. We just want to make sure we're including as much people as we can.
Wonderful. In closing, what would your closing statement be? to the voters?
My closing statement is just make sure you go out and vote. Make sure you make your voice heard. Early voting is from February 14th to the 25th. Election day for the primaries on March 1st. Just make your voice heard. If you're having any issues, just if you see something, say something. It's going to be really tough, but you know we want to make sure that everyone has their voice heard. Vote for me for county clerk because I'm going to make sure that we restore voter integrity in Fort Bend County. We're going to make sure that your records are secure and make sure that everyone has their voice heard because that's the most fundamental right in this country is being able to exercise your right to vote.
Wonderful. Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Appeal Board of the Introduce yourselves and tell us why you're seeking re-election.
Well, my name is Frank Fraley, Judge Frank Fraley. I was first elected in 2018 for the position of 240th District Court Judge. Now, I ran in 2016. I consider myself a trailblazer. That wasn't too popular for Democrats to run in Fort Bend County during that time, but myself and two others did decide to run, and all three of us lost, but it was by a small percentage. So three of us ran again in 2018 along with some other folks, and we all were elected. And my primary goal at that time was to bring some diversity to the bench. I didn't have anything against the judges that were there, but I felt to reflect what the makeup of Fort Bend County, we needed some people of color there, some people from different races. You know, we got Asians, African Americans, Hispanics, and we did that in 2018. Now, prior to my election in 2018, I had my own law practice, Frank J. Fraley and Associates, where we did criminal and civil law. I had operated that for about close to 30 years, so I have about 28 to 30 years of experience as an attorney in my own law practice prior to being elected. Now, I obtained my law degree from Thurgood Marshall School of Law in 1990, my undergraduate degree in medical technology from University of South Florida in Florida. I've been a resident of Fort Bend County for 35 years, a member of the State Bar of Texas for 31 years.
Okay, wonderful. So, if reelected, what are your top priorities?
Well, my top priorities, some people don't like to say move cases, but we got a backlog of cases due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, so we have to find ways to get these cases decided. Even a person, my court is a court of general jurisdiction, so I have civil cases and criminal cases. With civil cases, you're getting people suing folks for millions of dollars in some cases, and they want these matters resolved. In criminal cases, you got some people who are sitting in jail, waiting for their cases to be resolved. And some are out on bond, and being on bond is still a type of restrainment. So my goal is to try to get these cases decided. That's why I came up with the idea of what we call docket control orders, which might only mean something to us as attorneys in legal fields, but that's a way of moving cases along. You can say certain things have to be done by certain dates, and so you can bring this case to an end point.
Okay, wonderful. Daphne?
Yes, good afternoon, Judge.
How would you handle conflict of interest on the bench? I'm sure you're a pro at that one.
Well, it depends on how you define conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. If you're saying me as a judge might have a conflict with some of the litigants, I have done it in the past. It's a transfer to another court. Mm-hmm. And that happens quite often in the field that I was in, persons that I have represented in certain matters, I'll notify the other side, okay, I represented this particular defendant in a case, and if folks do not feel comfortable with it, we transfer it to another case. Mm-hmm. That's the general rule. It's not just in my court, but the other courts also. They'll transfer their defendants to my court, and I will transfer some of the litigants in my court to their court. Because we don't want things not to look right. We want everything to look, not only must be right, it must also look right.
You mentioned the lack of diversity prior to you becoming a judge in the Fort Bend County courts. How would you work to ensure equality for all people of all backgrounds in your courtroom?
Basically follow the rule of law. I mean, that's the only way you can do it. When I was practicing as an attorney, I've been into courts where the judge would take sides. In a criminal case, the judge would be favoring the prosecution. In civil cases, they would favor the attorneys that they know, I guess, who made donations to their campaigns or whatever. And I always said to myself, if I ever get to be judge, I'll not be that type of judge. And my track record has proven that. I have defendants and plaintiffs come up to me in criminal and civil cases and say, look, you gave us a fair trial. And so that's what I focus on, the rule of law and the facts. I'm not favoring the plaintiff over the defendant or the defendant over the plaintiff or the state over the defendant. I'm going to give you a fair trial.
Okay, what reforms do you support to increase access to justice for all? would you fight for them?
Well, access to justice for all. One way you can do it by making financial donations, which all attorneys are invited to do once they pay their bar dues, and I have a history of doing that. If a person cannot afford an attorney, they can call the State Bar Association, and they will give them organizations that, in fact, will give them legal representation. I'm also starting a program with Lone Star Legal, which reaches out to indigent folks who can't afford attorneys. Matter of fact, we're putting on a clinic, I think it's in April, where it's a pro bono clinic where we're trying to get more attorneys to sign up for it, at the same time to talk to the public to let them know this service is available. Now in the criminal system, we have public defenders and court-appointed attorneys, so that's really not a big issue. But in civil cases, there are people who file lawsuits but really don't have the resources to go up against the attorneys that they're suing or being sued by. They just can't afford to pay that price. So what we do is refer them out to persons like Lone Star Legal Clinic, which gives them very low-cost representation. Usually all you got to do is pay the filing fee.
Wonderful, wonderful. So if reelected, what are your top priorities?
My top priority is to still in the courtroom. That's the platform that I ran on, and my definition of that is just basically to make sure everyone is treated fairly, based on the rule of law, based on whether you are a Fort Bend County resident or not, based on whether you have a lot of money or a little or whatever. You want to make it fair. You don't want to frighten people. I have learned to listen to folks when they come in and talk, listen to their attorneys, get a better understanding what the case is all about. Especially in the civil cases, that's a lot of reading. You got to take time to read the petitions and the motions and the briefs, and you got to have a clear understanding of what the issue is. And once you have an understanding of the issue, you can make the correct ruling in regards to the issue that is at hand. And in the ruling my court, district court, is considered a trial court. We're trial courts. The decision we make, they can always appeal it, if they can afford it, to the Court of Appeals, who will look over it and say whether or not I was right or wrong. And if they say, okay, no, this was abuse of your discretion, this is how you want to do it, then I have to do it the way that they say it needs to be done. And I'm not afraid of making rulings where the Court of Appeals will need to look over it and decide whether or not I made the right ruling. I would say 95% of the time, maybe 96% of the time, I have made the right rulings.
Wonderful.
So,
In conclusion, what would
like
you
the voters to know about you?
I like them to know that I'm experienced. The district court is a serious type court. On one hand, you're dealing with folks' money, and on the other hand, you're dealing with folks' freedom. I mean, in the district court, you could be put to death. So I have the experience to operate this court based on my experience as an attorney, and I'm going to my 4th year on the bench, which may not seem like a long time, but I had never shied away from hearing cases or trying cases. We had our virtual docket during the height of the pandemic, so matters still kept moving. So I tend to keep that going on. And right now, since things are getting back on track, what we need is some experience on the bench. My experience has been here in the state of Texas. That's where I'm licensed to practice law. That's where I tried my cases as a practicing attorney, not just as in Fort Bend County, but I tried cases in Harris County, Missouri County, Colorado County, Chambers County. That's just the nature of this profession. So I'm bringing that experience to the bench. I'm good with talking with people. I reach out to the community. I have summer interns, young people who are coming in from high school to work with us, which is a great opportunity. Last year I had 3 summer interns. This year I have 1 high school intern. And coming up this summer, the 3 that I had last year wants to come back, and I have some more this year. So right now I got a total of 7 interns. which is a lot of people, but I think we owe it to the community to keep it going.
Well, wonderful. We want to thank you for your time today. Daphne, do you have any more questions?
No more questions. Glad to have you.
Glad to have you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate interviews. My name is Denise Joshua Fleming, and I'm on the editorial board of the Fort Bend Election News. We want to welcome you. Tell us who you are and want to apologize for some technical difficulties that we were having. Again, welcome to the Fort Bend Voter News Meet the Candidate. My name is Denise Joshua Fleming. I'm on the Fort Bend News editorial board. Today, I want to introduce you to a new candidate, and well, not a new candidate. He's a re-elected judge. Tell us about yourself and why are you running for re-election?
All right, well, first, let me say thanks to the Fort Bend Election News editorial board and to all of you who are putting this on. So it's always an honor to get in front of voters and you know, get an opportunity to explain who you are and talk about some of the issues that are important to this court. So I'm Judge Mark Gibson. I was appointed by Commissioner Grady Prestidge and approved unanimously by the Commissioner's Court, and I was appointed in May of 2021, and I was sworn in on July 1st, 2021. So I replaced Judge Clouser, who retired after 28 and a half years on the bench, and so I'm succeeding his legacy, and so I'm asking for the support of the people of Precinct 2 to remain as your Justice of Peace here in the upcoming March 1st election.
Wonderful. So for some of our viewers or newer viewers, explain exactly what a Justice of the Peace does.
Great question. So the JP Court is the home to the entry-level offenses. And so typically, so Class C misdemeanors. So the one thing I think the most notable thing about the JP Court is a court you can come as you are. It's not a court you really need to come with a fancy attorney. You need to be all dressed up. You know, you can just come as you are, and so it allows the opportunity for judicial fairness. And one of the big things that we try to apply in the court, and it's a people's court, and so that means you know, that opportunity is there. I think probably the biggest challenge that most people have is that when they don't show up. And so then this JP court becomes significant because it can be a court that can enter a conviction on your record. It is a court that can enter damages, summary judgment, or a default judgment. So while it's the entry court to these entry-level offenses, right, it's a court that I would say most citizens really need to take heart, pay attention to. One of the things that I'll talk about here briefly is one of the things that I have seen as, I would say, a concern that definitely want, and one of the things I'm doing is ensure that the people of Precinct 2 understand this court process and do not allow the court to get the best of this when they do not pay attention to the court process.
Wonderful. So we've
been a lot about court dockets being backed up. What are some of your suggestions to getting this process moving again, and what would you implement to make this process move along due to the backlog of COVID?
Good question.
Let me just say what we've already done. When I took up the court, clearly
that became
challenged, and it created a major backlog in the court. And so, but by the time I was sworn in, so we implemented some, some protocols. The Texas Supreme Court had already issued an order providing some flexibility to judges if they want to have in-person hearings or to remain virtual. So, so during this pandemic, we just established some clear protocols, safety protocols in the court, and allow you to come and be heard. And but you had to wear a mask, and if you were not vaccinated, and if you were, then you had the opportunity to remove the mask. That helped to make the court more efficient and allow these cases to be heard. Judicial efficiency is one of the things that I'm big on, and that is ensuring people get a chance to be heard, as opposed to create a major backlog. Now again, health and safety comes first. The challenge we run into with the virtual hearings is that, especially in the JP court, is that significantly you can find yourself with a serious backlog because, setting a virtual hearing for every hour or every 30 minutes, and when you have hundreds of cases, that could create a real challenge. And so we've been very fortunate to implement some efficiencies in the court. One of those is e-filing and trying to get the court back into the 21st century where most things are, or if we can do things electronically, and a lot of attorneys who file matters, they file them by e-filing, and so we're getting there. But I would say we definitely have made a major difference in speeding up the process and removing a lot of cases that have been backlogged.
Yes. How are you, Judge? My question to you is, what are the biggest changes you think we need to make to our justice system?
So in the JP court is a good question, Daphne, and I think it's a point of clarity, right? So the JP court is a court that really you have an opportunity to be heard. So, the fees are small. If you have a small matter and, someone did not properly repair the roof, then you can come to JP court and file a small claim. As I mentioned earlier, is a court you can come as you are. So when we talk about justice, that's the reason why it's a court from the Justice Center. It represents the Justice Center because it is a court we really have justice. But here's where the rubber meets the road, right? A lot of people don't understand the process, and unfortunately, they allow a simple process, opportunity, a court of opportunity, a court of judicial fairness. They allow it to get the best of them because they do not pay attention to this process. And hopefully I get a chance to just leave a case study that's dear to me, but it explains the gravity of this situation when people don't pay attention to this court process.
So my next question would be, to your point, how does one educate themselves on that process? What would be the best outlet for them to find out this information, obtain it, and then utilize it in your court?
Question, Denise, and we're trying to do that now. I mean, I think we do. I mean, one of the big push from the Justice Center is that when you come to the court, there's a self-help guide for you, and allows you to, almost manage your case, adjudicate your case. You don't probably need an attorney, if you just follow the process. But I think it starts with the judge. It starts with me, and I'm doing that now. And one of the things that I've been doing, and I'll start with our young people. One of the major pieces of my platform has been youth mentoring. And that is getting in front of our young people, and I'll start there. And the reason why I start there is because when I took over the court, the first day I had to sign off on a conviction. Initially I didn't want to, but the law was in place. And this young man didn't understand this court process. And I've used this as a rally cry to all these parents out there to stress to the young people that this court process is nothing complicated to follow. No different than if you were riding in a small town and got stopped and pulled over and got a citation. It's clear on the ticket that what they want you to do. So, so one of the first things that I've been doing, and I've been getting in front of these young people. I've gone in my robe, and have also been to Missouri City Middle School, Willow Ridge High School, been to Marshall High School, and the goal is I bring the DA with me, the district attorney, and so we take the stage, and he sits right across from me, and we admonish these students to pay attention. And I stress to the administrators, I don't come from, it's not career day. I'm not coming to talk about, what life is as a judge, how much money you make. Most young people won't know about judge life. But I come to leave a stern warning that you take this process serious. That if you do not, it can come back to haunt you and haunt you for years. And the reason why I'm bringing this young man's case, because he didn't understand the court process. Simply was driving in an area called Siena, most of you probably familiar with Siena. He got pulled over, and the insurance was not up to date. And so when he got stopped, he got a ticket for failure to show financial responsibility. Unfortunately for him, he didn't follow the court process. He missed the first date. I mean, he's in school. He's a high schooler at one of our well-known high schools. And then he missed the second one. So you get 3 strikes. You get 2 opportunities. The first one is you miss the citation date. The second, you get a failure to appear citation when you do not. We give 3 more days. And when you miss the second one, then we issue an order for your arrest. And in that case, then it's going to become a conviction. And so when he didn't, you know, he was frantic about it, and so he comes in, and so he didn't know what to do, and so he paid the fine. And so once you pay the fine, you admit to the guilt, and it becomes a conviction on your record. The reason why I use him, because you see, what most people understand, especially with Class C citation and misdemeanors, is that a citation, it crosses any boundary, any income level. You can be from River Oaks and get a citation. Or you can be from, you know, the poorest area in town. The point I'm making is that it doesn't. And the reason why I bring it up, because this particular young man, potentially he could graduate top in his class. And he's going to graduate this year. And if he does, he'll have the opportunity to get into the UTs of the world, or even Ivy League schools. But what's going to happen is that at the last moment, these admission counsel, because it's not very expensive to do a background check. And if they do, this conviction is going to pop up on this record. And so what's going to happen is that this young man who may have the golden opportunity to punch his ticket, especially with UT credentials, they will move his folder to the side and look at the next student, because they have thousands of people applying. And that's the reason why I use this example, because I want to get that attention to these young people, but also to these parents, that they can stress. So as part of this youth mentoring and youth, to get in front of young people, let them know about this court process. It's not the end of the world. You just got to follow it. The second thing, while we're talking about education, is the community education, the second area. It's for the rest of the folks in Precinct 2. They're not paying attention to these debt claims. They're by the hundreds. They think these credit card debts will go away, and they don't. And so what happens is that they get sold, and they get sold over and over. Once they just need a judgment. And once they get a judgment, all bad things can happen to folks. And they don't understand that. And they can revive these judgments for every 10 years, the statute of limitation. They can come on the last day before the expiration based on the statute and file any motion, and they can get another 10 years. And so one of the things that we've been doing, what I've been doing as judge, is getting these cases heard and getting them resolved. You know, stressing to the other side to come in and at least present your case and work out a settlement plan or some type of plan, so these don't show up on your record. Because again, we don't pay attention, and if you get a default judgment, that judgment based on the abstract can become on your record. And suddenly when people now try to get a house or try to move forward in their life, then suddenly these will pop up. And then the last aspect of this court is called judicial affairs, as I mentioned earlier. And the reason why I stress this on both sides is that as a court where you get a chance to be heard, at least show up to be heard.
Wonderful, thank you. I was about to ask you what your top priorities were if you were reelected, but clearly it's about educating themselves. What would your closing statements be to the voters?
Well, I think there's a clear distinction between me and my opponent. And one, I was appointed to this bench, and I come as qualified, experienced, and definitely engaged. And I think when you do a comparison, side-by-side comparison, there's a clear delineation, distinguishment between me and my opponent. And that's the part I want to stress to the voters. But I think more importantly, I am comfortable when I know that the people of Precinct 2 have felt comfortable with me being their judge, and my opponent is one person who jumped in the race. And so, because this was a golden opportunity. I mean, Judge Clauser, who served with distinction for 28.5 years, a ton of people definitely probably had an interest in jumping the race, but they thought that the court was fine, in good hands with me as their judge, and I'm comfortable with that, and I appreciate that. And so my closing remarks is really to the people of Precinct 2, that I'm honored to serve. I've been honored to serve in these past. It's one of the best jobs I've ever had. I'll always look forward to serving people when I come. I gave up a lot to take this because it's part of giving back, and I've been honored to serve. And I'm a 30-year Army veteran. And part of that was giving back when I ran for Congress and I was a nominee in 2016. So this job, my request to the voters is simply give me a chance to continue to be your judge. And I appreciate your vote and support. And thanks to the folks in Precinct 2. May God bless all of it.
These are the technical difficulties we had at the top of all of this. Remind us of your name again.
Judge Mark Gibson.
Thank you, Mark.
Number 2 on the ballot.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now tell us who you are and why you're running for re-election.
Well, I'm Judge Mark Gibson, and as you might be aware, I was appointed to this bench in May of 2021 by Commissioner Prestige, and I was unanimously approved by the Commissioner's Court, and I've replaced Judge Clouser. And I'm running to remain as your Justice of Peace here in Precinct 2.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good deal.
And welcome back to the Harris County Fort Bend Election News Editorial Board. Today we want to thank publishers Lorenza Butler and Mikkel Collins. They are the publishers of Fort Bend Election News and Harris County Election News. Lorenza?
I want to thank all our subscribers, and we look forward to go to FortBendVoterNews.com and Harris County ElectionNews.com to see the editorial board and subscribe.
Thank you.
You can't control it, but some of the videos we couldn't really hear. Okay, they really was really marginal sound. Yeah, you can cut this one off on me.
So what I'll have to we needed to know that earlier.
Y'all just could have told
Well,
me.
Damien told me.